Ja, hallo, hallöchen. How's everybody? How are you on this fine Thursday evening? Probably one of the last streams of this year. Hey guys, hello Robbie. How are you doing? And we have 1 year Twitch affiliate anniversary. Yay! We're 1 year here. Official. Yoo-hoo! I'm tonight accompanied again by my co-pilot Nightsup. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Yeah, 1
I'm.
year Twitch affiliate. Woohoo!
Mm. When did you actually start?
The tryout phase and the World of Warcraft phase was about April, but yeah, that was nothing serious.
Okay. And with the flight streaming?
With the flight streaming, I guess I can't remember properly. That was round about September, October 2021.
Mm-hmm.
It
Okay.
took me a time and
Yeah.
help. Yeah, and around Christmas, well, 29th, I filed my affiliate status. Woohoo! So, yeah.
I'm still getting Murph's chat.
Hmm.
That's annoying.
Yeah, no worries, Robbie. Thank you for being here, actually. I wanted to do this here and that here. Avignon, Avignon, sur le pont Avignon. So, apply and save. Go back. Resume. Because tonight we're not in the spitty. But in the Navion. Little cute plane. Brave plane. Which we take up to the Alps. He works hard for the money. I know which song you are hinting to, Robbie. I will treat him right. So, left, right works. Ah, right, I flew this one. With that one. Well,
Okay.
let's fire up this bird. And fly her. Whee! What's okay or not okay?
No, not okay. Why? What is the blooming problem now? I just, for a second, I had the right chat.
Can't
I
tell.
got a new token.
Yeah. Well, that. Yeah, we just started. I was missing a window. There it is. There is this window. So, we just started Phantom. We figuring stuff out, important stuff.
I think it's working now.
You sure?
If somebody has to type something, otherwise I don't know. Yes, it is working.
Yay! hop in. This is working right. There we have it. Do we need avionics?
Yeah, this time it's the VFR map that has lost the magenta line, but never mind. There is a little nav map, so...
Zero Dragons!
By the way, I
Hallöchen,
managed...
mein Schatz. Und ja, du hast zu viele Punkte.
I managed the transition now to the new version.
Okay.
But it's dicey.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, again, I lost a few things. I had to reload things and so on. So, I mean, I'm not in your position. I don't have a lot of waypoints in there, but I'm not sure if I would have managed to keep them.
Well, that's why I just have 2.6 point whatever.
Yeah. Well, I had them parallel in the beginning, so
Okay.
I could always see what the new one can do and the old one can do, and it took me a while to realize what I could delete and what not.
Danke, mein Schatz, für das Abo. 13 Monate. Wow. $13 months. So there we are. But why is it showing 13 months when I just filed today a year ago? I don't understand that. Whatever. So, does your map like you now?
No, but I'm just simply saying to hell with it. I'm using middle nav maps, so that's good enough.
Does this work?
Oh, you are in the citrus livery.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm in the silver blue one, which looks quite nice too.
Oops. Sorry.
Yeah, that's the big brother, Robbie.
That was a good one. Even the work lurking, Robbie is funny.
But I mean, that sign, Robbie, do not feed the racers. That was... You could have just written there, Robbie made this. It was so obvious. Yes. Do not feed the elephants.
The cars are crazy.
Will you be flying in winter?
I have a few clouds or scattered clouds
Yeah, okay.
as option, and
What?
I just loaded in the Orbex
Yeah, okay.
weather thingy.
The season thingy.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
season thingy.
Yeah, so there is no snow on the ground. You have to change your control settings.
Do I?
Well, it just looks to me like you're doing that.
If you believe it or not, I flew the Navion last time with yoke.
With yoke.
Yeah, with a yoke.
Uh-huh. Well, you could fly it again with a yoke.
Which I do.
His plane is not a yoke. Sorry, that was a Robbie. Robbie is contagious.
Whatever.
I have this feeling that you are stuck.
Why I'm stuck?
Because yes, you were stuck. Because
F5? Because I'm not stuck?
you did at one point. You must have been in your controls, and then your screen froze with that for me. So I was thinking you were still in the controls.
Nope. I'm at your side.
Yes, I
More
see
than
that. Now, is there anyone else here?
A wild
Oh, yes.
phantom
Oh,
should
yes.
appear.
I see Phantom now. Yeah. He's appearing.
You're not stuck but lost in the maze.
Yes, sometimes there are spots which are so hidden.
Ooh, that's a pretty fast bird. We use him. Wait a second, I will. Oh, now I know what I forgot. Balach. Will it do it now, or do I have to restart that one OBS? Are you a good sim connect? You good boy? Just a
Okay.
second. There we go. Ich weiß. So, we don't have LRM tonight, or at least for me. Just some Toolkit Pro. So, let's aim for the stars.
Ready?
Yeah. Attacke. Nope, Robbie, it isn't. Okay. And hello, Decky. Hey, buddy.
Hello, Decky.
Whoa, what is eating my frames away? Yeah, we just took off. What the frick?
We can circle a bit for you to get ready.
Woohoo! Howdy, howdy, howdy! Hey, King Cobra.
Hello there.
How's it going? Yeah, no worries, Decky.
Yeah, that way you will be fast enough.
What's that for a starter fest?
Yeah, I can see you there.
At the moment,
Just press exclamation mark route
info.
or info. Sorry.
Exclamation mark info. And we are at Lima, India, Mike Golf. No, we fly in Navignon. King Cobra. Cam Air Twin Navignon. Citrus. The Nightbot is lying to you. Forgot to say shut up to it.
It's doing around 150 to 160 knots.
Give 1 moment. We'll be gone for a moment. It's not the server. No, I did not do a hashtag. I changed server on Will here. I should be back now. Because I don't know why I have Stutterfest.
I see you.
Yeah, I should be back by now.
Yeah.
What's wrong? Okay. I will reload again.
You have problems.
Look at the stream. I have a Dia show. And I don't know why. Why do I have a Dia show? Yeah.
A slideshow.
Yeah, a slideshow.
Yeah.
Yay. Woohoo. There's nothing open what should not be open. I don't get it. Ooh, landing record at 2,300 feet.
Woof.
Bam!
That's the new crater in the Alps.
Don't call me out here.
It will be known as Lago Caharia later when it fills with water.
Yeah. So, are you stupid or are you working?
Oh yeah, I
get it.
see you again.
I think it's the plane. Up and running. So I was here today with the Spitfire and I don't had a problem. It just can be the plane. Probably.
No.
So. Is the front end squashed? I don't know. No? we will see what the future brings. That looks better now. Definitely better. There's a day key. Whee! There's Phantom, there's Nights Up. We are on course, that's nice. Hello, hello, good evening. Hallöchen. The Uncle Sims channel.
There.
Ooh, that's awesome, Robbie. That's awesome. I'm happy for you. And it really looks amazing.
Poetry sim dot two. Yeah. Definitely.
Hi. Hello, hello. Now it works. That's nice. So. Meow. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Hello, Super Typhon.
Super Typhon here was also co-founder of this channel a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Many of the people who were my founders are still with us. Yay!
You must have done something right.
Probably. That's my co-pilot Nightsap. He's always flying with
I'm not.
me.
I'm not talking on the Skype. Nope.
But that guy over there. We're on Discord. Skype would use too much of the internet connection. And we don't like that. Yeah, on Discord there are our flight plans and some nice chats and yeah. Yeah, she was very busy today annoying her human while the human tried to finish work. But we know how kitties are, don't we? So, we are today in the beautiful Alps. It's in my beginning of streaming, I mostly flew here in the Alps
Yeah.
or the
Yeah.
Danube or places I knew from real life.
Yeah. Yeah. That was my first instinct as well. And that's why I know Bad Ragaz as an airport. Because that was one of the first airports I landed at.
Okay.
And I was not very good at landing. Even worse than I am today. But it was simply countryside that I knew. And I was interested to see what the comparison between the real world and the simulation was. So that's why I wanted to go somewhere that I knew already.
I found 2 PC-21s.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Phantom has one, and I think Daiki also has one.
Yeah. They both tucked on my wing.
Yeah.
This has to work. Yeah. Babe, come on. Come on. Come on. You get this. You get this. You get this. Ouch, Dakey. That was a power pylon.
Oh! Oh! Oh well. I used to have a t-shirt. Big letters. Shit happens.
I know that the PC-21 does not like slow speed. Well, I will try to load in again at the next airport on a different plane. I just want to know why I get those horrible stutters. If it's the region or the plane.
You get the status in the sim?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
in the sim.
Oh, mine is running absolutely smoothly.
I'll stutter first. And Daiki is something from the PC-21. When I first flew her with the last catbird string, she can't flew on her swing. Yeah, that's horror. That speed is horror for the PC-21. When I was flying her, she wanted to go always to the right, and to the right, and to the right. Even with rudder trim, she tried to go to the right. So, maybe me too stupid to fly that thing, or to, yeah. set it up right. There's Phantom. Good that the next airport is not far away.
Mm-hmm.
Or shall we try Simboot? Questions over questions.
You're thinking of Levy.
I'm thinking of Levy, yeah. Nice and
there's a
spacious.
nice mountain lake here.
It's beautiful here.
Yeah.
But if most of the time, before I got hooked onto the Spitfire, I flew with the TBM. Many sim pilots complaining about her being a buggy plane, but well, I kinda like her.
Yeah. That's when I got to know you. You were basically Kaharia was TBM.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I wanted to know that plane. I even was as crazy and I googled for the original from the real life plane handbook.
The
How
pilot's hand. Yeah.
the pilot's handbook, how
Yeah.
to do stuff with that plane.
Yeah. And did it help?
Yeah,
Did
it
you
did
learn
help.
something from it? Yeah.
It did help, and well, abort mission. This is not going well. Whee. Let's get a bit speed here. Nope. That's not really flyable. Oh. Well. Guys.
Okay.
Give me a second. Yes, and the rescue heli, please. Shut up for a moment. Thank you. That was a new. That was a new thingy.
I just see a black screen when I look at your.
Yeah. You see also in the other cam 3 black screens.
Yes.
Start
It's so much more
now.
immersive if you have 3 black screens.
Yeah. Yeah, get a drink. Bring me one, please.
So, what plane are you thinking of getting now?
That posh one.
The Porsche one.
The posh one.
But then, in which case I am too slow then?
I can fly with her slowly. That's not the problem.
Why?
I have enough training in her.
Yeah, but I mean,
So go away. I just need to wait till my flight stuff is booted. That's the routine. I'm taking the Porsche, the 930. So we need to start that first, and this one. There we go. Connect to SIM. Connected. OBS. Let's see how it behaves with a freshly started computer.
I'm aiming for Levy and I'll wait there.
Yeah, wait there for me. Wait for me. So then I need to edit that. Swing. Well, if he likes it, doesn't matter. The trine counts. The simulator. The funny thing is, I was to there exactly where we flew with the Spitfire, and I had no problems at all. So that's why I don't get it.
Yeah. Is this Levy up on a mountain or something like that?
I don't know.
Oh, you've never landed there.
Nope. I looked at the
Interesting.
surroundings and did some stuff, but I never landed at Levy.
Uh-huh.
Cause I took some wrong turns.
Yeah. Where the hell is this?
But it's on the mountainside.
Oh, yes, it is. It definitely is. Oh, God. Yes.
Yeah, we meet at Levy.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Be careful, there are power lines.
Oh, there are power lines, there
And
are
she,
cable cars, and God knows what.
yeah,
The full program.
of course. Have you think that I made it easy on you?
No, no.
Follow Daiki. You're safe. He knows that one.
I'm sure he does.
Yeah, it's such a kind of runway like this church field, or how is this called?
The problem here is finding the right approach angle.
We get another one of this sort. You know that. Especially for you.
I think I'll change to a helicopter.
Lima Foxtrot Lima Juliet
Okay.
is
Now,
also such a runway.
my plane has decided to do something similar to what your plane did.
Stall?
Well, Yes, it was too slow, let's put it that way.
So, got my baby. So, there we go. Oop. Don't need that.
Okay.
Then we need a flight plan. That should be somewhere over there. Down low. Levy. There we go. Flyn. I don't want to fly at night. Swing. Close.
So you're actually landing in at this Levy.
Yeah,
You're
it's a
loading.
one
That's
way.
that's not fair.
Why?
I think you should actually have to land there too.
I hope my setup won't fight with my plane now. Okay. Well, okay. Looks funny. So, control options, not Navignon. This
Okay, I
one.
see you in the woods.
This one. Play, save, resume. I see a PC-21 come in, Phantom. Ouch, 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 ouch.
Oh god, I'm just coming out of the woods backwards.
I did not even see you.
Oh, you would have loved it.
Well, well.
Okay, so I'll do the same. I'll also change the plane then.
Yeah. Let's see.
Mm.
The thing is, when I loaded in the Navignon, I only
Yeah.
had 40 frames. Now here in the TBM, I have 60 frames.
You have a really funny system. That's all I can say. I've never had any problems with that plane.
Okay.
When I fly it alone, no problem at all. But it seems it does not like streams.
Mm, mm, mm. But, but then I had no problem with mine. And I was flying it on the stream.
But you are not streaming.
That is true. That means
There
you
we
probably
go.
you might need different streaming equipment.
Well, I need a sugar daddy for that.
Yeah. So you're flying what precisely?
A TBM 930.
So we are talking about what speeds?
I can go from 120 knots to 280. I don't care. I'm doing
Like,
posh again. Yes, I am posh.
okay. What on earth can I do there?
So we need those. Did I forget something? On, auto, on, swing. Pray and hope, Sep. Now you mean
I'll fly something that I haven't flown in
ages?
ages. Yeah. Which means it's going to be worse than normal, which is bad enough. Now let's have a look. Oh. Okay.
The first time I've flown here since the update.
Aural warning, okay.
Now we have panel lighting. Nice. There we go. Good girl. Is everything okay? Okay. Nice.
We're at 7,000 already.
Come on. Ich stehe in einem beschissenen Parking-Spot. Alter.
Ich, ich war faul, ich bin auf dem Runway.
Ja. Ich war nicht faul.
No, but I'm standing too far in the front.
Können wir da jetzt vielleicht um die Ecke kommen? Ohne dass wir umkippen?
This is funny. In my sim, because I have that add-on for the runways, the black rubber goes into the grass here on this airport. I don't even have enough power to come up the hill.
Yeah, me neither. But that's why I used the Y key. So, this will be interesting.
Stall. Stall.
Don't sink.
We don't sink.
Don't sink.
Gear up. Good girl. Yeah, you heard a stall warning. There we go. No Stutterfest. I hope it stays that way. So I need nav map. Woohoo!
I also heard a stall warning. And it wasn't Garius. And some idiot was saying, don't sink.
Yeah. You too. I heard the Alps break. Well, I think that's one of the airports which is predestined for Murph's dangerous landings.
Yes, that would be interesting. That's almost as good as Lukla.
That one is worse than Lukla.
Yeah.
So
Well, you can only
long.
come in from the front like Lukla, and
Yeah,
you can,
but
and you need to take off very, very quickly.
yeah.
These are helicopter airports.
So then let's
No,
fly
I should
to
really.
our next.
I should probably use the Kodiak for airports like that, but I don't like my Kodiak anymore. I really
Why?
don't.
What's wrong?
No, no.
You need
I
some
mean, she recently
counseling?
got an update. Maybe I like her a little bit better again. I don't know, but it used to be a favorite plane. But
I
yeah,
can't
you
get
can.
it.
That's it.
But look at that beautiful mountains. So I'm on scattered clouds.
Yeah. And I'm on my special version of Dublin summer.
Without the wind?
Yeah, with higher clouds and no wind.
Nobody saw that. Super typhoon.
Flaps? Which flaps?
Not mine. No, you did not.
It's a bit like with humans, with men. Your flies are undone. Shh, shh. Yeah.
Well, they're up. Hello. Get some birds. Colorful bird. They made those mountains so beautiful. That's stock scenery. I don't have a mesh for here.
No. No, it's in one of the updates, the Alps really got improved a lot.
Nice makeover.
Yeah. The beginning, I had there was a mesh, a free one, which was better than the actual stuff in the sim, but now you can really use it.
Hey,
Oh, hello,
Castella.
Castella.
How's it going, buddy?
Yep,
No problem. Have fun.
it is allowed.
Everybody shall fly with that string he wants to fly with.
Exactly.
So,
Of course, it would help if you brought in a written excuse from your mum, but I mean, you're basically free to decide.
don't say that.
Okay, I'll shut up. I'm not Robbie. I have to keep telling myself. Yes.
Because maybe probably some guys really do that. What would you do with that written excuse? Huh?
I don't know.
Wie heißt Klassenbuch?
That doesn't exist in other countries. That's why it is so difficult.
What?
There,
The,
I was a
the
teach-
teachers in other countries does not
I was
have a
t-
book to
I
write
was a teacher in Scotland and I was a teacher in England, and we didn't have that. No.
to write at other students, also to write at the students who were naughty.
No. You took care of them right there and then.
Did you lose some students on the way?
If you what? No. Well, in Scotland we had our leather belts. I didn't use mine, but that was a practice.
Okay.
Or you simply gave people extra work. But the good thing, and I talked to my students about that, they liked their system better because it didn't carry on. You know, it was something that once the punishment was done, that was it. Whereas in our system, where it's, you know, you have all these remarks in the class book, and at the end of the school year, you can add them all up against each other, and that sort of thing didn't happen there. It was just gone. Once the punishment was over, that was it.
See you, Costello.
Here. We're still... No, we are now, sorry. We took off in Italy, but now we are in France, right?
Yeah. Next airport is in
Yeah,
France.
it's this part of the world, a part of my family comes from.
On the right. Yeah, I'm on the right. Following a bit of valleys. The last time I was here, I was with the Junkers 52 here. Old slow bird.
Yeah.
Nice to fly. She's like a tank. She flies. No matter what. Doesn't matter. She does
Fly.
not care.
Woof.
She flies.
Yeah.
To make her unfly is the hard thing here. To land her without floating forever.
The you here on that last airfield, you couldn't have stopped her. You would have done the same that I did. You would have gone up into the woods. She takes a hell of a long runway to stop.
Did you know what Zippy made?
No?
He clapped both hands over his eyes.
Oh.
No, 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 no.
Yeah. I mean, you would be wonderful to take off from a short airfield like that. He takes off really easily, but for landing, oh. Well, I'll see you later then.
What happened?
It's just, I'm too bloody slow. That's what happens. I can't keep up
I'm
with
in
you.
front of you.
Huh?
I need to mark that on the calendar.
Well, I got the wrong plane.
How fast are you?
I got the DA62. I can do, if I'm lucky, 160.
Okay.
But there is an airport coming up.
Yep.
If you annoy me too much, I will just go into the Messerschmitt.
I don't know if I have loaded her in.
Ah, yeah, okay. Have you got a fishing rod with you as well?
But I'm nice you fly. But I'm happy you fly without a stick.
Like
It's
you're
very
doing
nice.
you're doing a flight sim picnic, basically.
Good
Hello,
evening
Kingsman.
from Vienna.
What were you going to ask me?
There should be somewhere in the airport.
Rumor has it, yes. Oh, I think I see it, yeah. Yeah, I think so. I mean, Taki, I'm sure, has the full outdoor equipment.
There it is. Took me ages to see that. Not bad. You have your stick on the lap. Was either drifting or the bushes. I decided for drifting.
$278. So I suppose I'll change plane again.
Hauptjäger. You're pretty much an outdoor person often, Becky. You're much outdoors with doggies. Speaking of which, how are the doggies? Good stuff will hold for a while, so it's worth saving up. That's nice to hear.
Don't wait for me. I'll
No?
come up with something fast enough so I can catch up.
Okay. You heard him, boys. Good girl, nice girl. Do a full turn here. We need to go in the other direction. I always forget she's not a spitty. Caravan,
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna suffer again.
You think so? Why?
Deki wrote
Scott-
that.
We'll see. At least it has one of my favorite liveries.
40 knots
you-
too
you-
slow.
Well, it says 190 cruising speed, so that should be alright.
Well, we will see. And thanks, Mike, for the raids. Und willkommen zurück. He needs all the help he can get.
I seem to be surrounded by optimists today.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Didn't you think? Optimist Prime.
Exactly.
And that dry side comment was from Robbie.
Yes. You can always tell them.
Moinsen. Ja, es wurde zu mir angezeigt, Mike. Ich weiß nicht, wieso das nicht ausgelöst hat. Es wurde angezeigt. Yippie!
But so far, it's slower than my previous play. But I mean, it did say 190 on the label.
Don't trust Microsoft. Dickie told you.
Yeah. Nah. I told you.
Don't trust labels. I'm flying 150.
Well, it doesn't matter really. I mean, the ones, if I'm looking at your behinds, I can live with that. Usually you look at mine.
That's true.
Okay.
Falling off a cliff loaded with brick. It does 190.
Oh, you're ever so nice to me today.
Was Dickie? Wir haben ein paar
Also-
interessante Flughäfen dabei oder Felder.
Ja.
Also ich kann für nichts garantieren. What's a pessimist in a room surrounded by optimists called?
Lonely.
Dickie meint, nimm die Gummihöschen. Mike. Come
mean,
on, Robbie,
can always be
shoot
on the
along.
safe
I
side.
want to know. What is this guy called? Nope.
Nope. We don't need
Pictures in my
restrooms.
head, pictures in my head, pictures in
We
my
have
head.
doors. We don't need restrooms.
Pictures in my head. I don't like the pictures in my head.
It's a normal practice with the bottles. And our
JDF.
campus, yeah.
JDS, don't laugh at me. I have some pears at home.
That's a good expression. Thank you.
Pilot range standards. Oh boy.
I like that. That's good.
That's brilliant. At least the scenery is amazing. Hey, Wombi. Welcome in. Hello, hello. Next airport is a waypoint. Nope. Well, at Flight Sim 2 there are even meshes for the Matterhorn. But it won't be too smooth. Nope. Waypoint. Jakey. You can do a touch and go if you like, but for me it's just a waypoint.
How do you insult an airport? You're just a waypoint to me.
Yeah,
I think
you're
that
just a waypoint for me, and
you're
that
just a
one is a
waypoint. Yeah,
and
yeah.
that one is a posh one. It has tarmac, so it's just a
Oh.
waypoint for me.
Yeah. Oh, but I thought you loved me. No, you're just a waypoint for me. No touching. Okay.
What did it do to you?
Likey, you will be pleased to hear that I've got her up to 170 now.
Nope, no turnaround.
But I admit
Nein,
it
Mike.
has
Kriegst du
has to
nicht.
do with descending a little bit too. No, not quite. No, I'll get her on level. No,
If I didn't say it, hey King Cobra, how's it going?
level, she's doing 160. But this livery that I'm flying, it's a sort of 50s colors. These sort of pastel green and pastel off-white, and it just looks absolutely amazing. It's one
Oh,
I found on Flight Sim 2. I don't think it's part of the normal package, but it's beautiful.
well, I found, yeah, a year ago, a nice livery for the TBM, a black and orange one.
Yep.
But it will always would CTD me. So I could not use it anymore. It was my favorite livery. Black plain with orange stripes.
Hmm. Yeah, I can imagine. That looks good.
No, actually I wanted to try and land on that one.
Oh no, not Notre Dame de la Salette. God, that'll be absolute. That'll be carnage. That's. I know that one very well.
Really?
Oh yes. Well, I mean, we landed there once with the Murph group. Oh, let's put it that way. We tried to land there with the Murph group.
Okay.
It was absolute carnage.
Well, I won't
As-
think that landing there would be a problem, but taking off from
Einzig
it.
nur so.
No, that is easy because you're up on the top, so you're fast enough. You just take off into the nothing, you know. You fall down, but you catch your plane, and you can go on flying. But it's the landing. I still remember the approach exactly. You have to come in over that
Warte mal
church
kurz.
building. No, it's
Dankeschön,
the,
Mike. Dankeschön für die 100 Biddies. Oh, du darfst
but
wieder.
that is one of the most hellish airfields. Yeah. And I remember when we landed there with Murph, the top of that hill is not really wide enough. So we basically stacked on top of each other. Oh no. Okay. I would have chosen a helicopter if I had realized that. Yep. Now I remember you have to come in over that building, then follow the road, and then you have to try and touch down quite early at the bottom of the slope, so that going up the slope stops you. In theory, that's how you do it.
Guys, you need to climb.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's an upslope, and if you're lucky,
I mean, now you need to climb. Okay, nice.
who needs to climb?
The people are behind me.
You think so?
Yeah. You can do it, lady. You can do it. That sounded like a F-18 or a Sukhoi.
An F-18 having fun?
I just heard a jet flying over
Yeah.
our heads. Phew, some meters to spare. No. Just staring. Wie, du machst mir den Flieger voll, Mike.
That's pretty good. I doubt if even Viper has more hours.
Just said 500? I'm going to 500 hours in Sim. You have much flight time on your hand.
I'm approaching 700. Yeah.
Well, yeah. That Grinch. We can't do anything about that Grinch. I'm not on clouds and snow.
No.
I'm not suicidal.
Has anyone actually seen pictures of that airfield in real life? The best are the ones in winter. It just disappears.
Auf die linke oder auf die rechte, Mike? Yeah, Deki, I had also troubles tonight with the sim. Especially with the frames.
Was that your plane or mine? With the beep beep beep.
I don't have a beep beep beep.
That must have been mine.
My
think
plane is
It's probably an
nice.
overspeed warning.
Yeah. Follow my nameplate?
Well, if he's in the clouds, yeah. You have to definitely go more right from where you are. And there is a mountain not far from you.
Keep the nose up. So I missed that.
Okay. Let the carnage begin. I have to make sure that I even get the right height before you can even... And I would totally advise against landing in the direction that we are coming. You have to turn round and land from the other side.
I want to look where this airport is first. Or a strip field, whatever you wanna
It is
call it.
an uphill field.
There it is. Let the carnage begin.
And there is a, what in real life is a monastery,
Okay.
which you basically have to go for. And then there is a road along the mountain that starts at the monastery, which you have to follow, and that will eventually lead you into the airfield.
Okay.
So I'll do the approach. I'm not sure if I managed the landing, but if you see where I am now, I'm flying towards that monastery.
Yeah, I see the monastery. It's model.
And you see the road that leads
Yeah.
up to the monastery.
But I
That you
want
have to follow.
try that landing. I'm on the right hill now. Why are you stuttering? Hello, hello, Planet Neutral. Welcome in. We have some festive carnage here. Why are you... What the frick?
Well, I fell off on the other side.
Thank you. Hey, Robbie in a 339.
I almost had it, but I couldn't stop in time, so I fell off on the far side.
Planet Neutral, if you want to jump in this carnage fest. We are at Lima Foxtrot Papa Sierra. Trying to land there with ordinary planes. There's a runway inside at least.
What do you call a runway?
Yeah. Patch of dirt we gonna land. Or not. With only... Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my god. Welcome in, Raiders.
That's the wrong time for a raid. We're just about to embarrass ourselves
Yes,
tremendously.
exactly. Welcome in, Raiders. Hey, Murph. How was your flight? How did the DC-3 behave? So, I lost the side of the runway.
I think
we-
Daiki is actually already there.
It didn't behave. Yeah, no pressure. Thanks for joining in, guys. If you want to take part in this Carnage Fest, we are at Lima Foxtrot Papa Sierra. And yeah,
Hi. Sorry, Daiki. I didn't mean to frighten you.
well, I would not bet on that, Johnny Van Dark. And I see Renoir, I see Old Veteran, Muse Fan, Fallen Up, hopefully falling in. Eagle Costella, hey guys. After you, hey, hi. So,
You're
let's
watching
try
us
this
trying the
again.
almost impossible. You will probably know that airfield, Notre Dame de la Salette, which is one of the most difficult in the sim. And we're trying to land
Why are
there.
you stuttering so bad? This. I'm afraid.
It's not going to work, I'm telling you. Ah. Okay. I do know the approach, but I'm just simply too fast.
Oh, why does it stutter that bad?
Don't come from the front, from the valley side. That is impossible.
I wanted to try it. Come on.
It's difficult enough from the other side.
I have a slideshow and I don't know why. So yay.
I can't believe it. I managed.
You
Third
managed.
attempt.
Woo.
Third attempt. Oh, good grief.
What's the problem? Come on, Sin. No, I want to do this in the...
Oh, God.
This
Jesus.
is not gonna work.
I'm flying the Caravan. Just in case you're wondering. Yeah, helicopter is the wise choice here.
No, I can't get it down. Not in this Stutterfest.
But all the good people who have loaded in here, would you kindly take off and try a landing too? Loading in here is not a big thing, but landing here.
Coherent GTU thread. What's that? Thank you, Bicalo, for the follows. And everybody who followed, thanks very much. It's very appreciated. Paulo Zeus 56. Thank you for the follow. Why the heck? Can somebody explain that to me?
Okay, takeoff is also not easy. But it can be done. Somehow.
Yeah, we need a medic.
The poor squirrels in this area.
Zippy is hiding.
Stall.
You can imagine Zippy is hiding.
But this is one of the most challenging landings that I've come across in the sim.
To be honest, Lukla is children play
Yes.
against that one.
Yes,
Seriously.
definitely. Definitely.
That's a child play.
Stall.
And there is really only that one approach. Newsfan, it's the Notre Dame de la Salette.
Exclamation mark info. Then you have the airport
Yeah.
call.
We actually did that once with the Murph stream, and it was total carnage then.
Damn
Yes,
it!
that one. Exactly that one.
Well, almost. Down.
Did you slide down on the other side?
A bit.
Yeah. That
Even with
does
full
happen.
brakes and
it's absolutely amazing.
so we made it. Kinda.
Leroy Dragons!
Yeah, good brakes would be also nice. Bush tires, stuff.
Brakes, grapple hooks, anchors, parachutes, anything.
Abby Nomo, thank you for the follow. Welcome in the cat pack. So oh, the peeps coming in. The peeps coming in hot.
No, I lost. No. And off we go.
I went the same way. Okay, Deki. Oh, so will the kid fox? Yeah, like a boss. Oh. See ya. Andy based in UK, welcome in. So, anybody? 911, what's your emergency? Well, we got that Karen that tried to land here. She got off into the woods. Now she's complaining to the squirrels. I hear some chopping action behind me.
There's a geek now. But that must have just loaded in here.
The Gigna is
Or is it a...
a V35.
Oh yeah, okay.
Anybody who wants to try? Yeah, Foxtrot.
I actually managed to land from the other side now. You really have to basically land into the hill. So the hill stops you. But don't do it so that you start doing somersaults. Difficult.
Well, if you like that airport, Foxtrot, you can write down Lima, Foxtrot, Papa
Yes.
Sierra.
This is and believe it or not, it does exist like this in real life.
Ooh, Copperhead doing good. Nice. Lima,
Okay, I'll be
Foxtrot,
AFK
Papa
for a
Sierra.
minute. I'll be back in a second.
Okay. Exactly, Foxtrot. Yeah, Gigna has somehow become a worldwide word. So, Blue Yonder's trying to come in. Look at that. Somebody. Oh. And. Stop. Break. Whee! Jan van Dark. Yay! Did it. That was also nice landing. Lufthansa. Mike, du kannst drauf zum Kloster stapfen. Da gibt's Futter und Pipi-Box. Ja.
Okay, I'm back.
Oops, that was a cartwheel. Welcome back. So, last call. We're coming in, then we will fly to
Takeoff
the next
is
one.
fun too.
Yeah. Falling up in the water. Thanks for joining in, old veteran. Have a good
Yep.
one. Reads also to the missus.
So,
Oh, that's the twin
which
how to
way do
do
we
it.
take off? I think the best
The
thing
right
is to really
way.
fling yourself down into the
Ooh.
abyss.
Stop. Yay! Falling up into the water, made it. Nice. So. And let's go in. Right window. To my plane. So many planes.
Yep, that's the way to do it.
No worries, Dugo. No worries. It is a blast, but yeah, everything's fine. So I use that one.
It is an
And
absolute
propeller.
blast, Dougal. If you haven't landed here yet, make a note of it. You should try it at one point.
Lima, Foxtrot, Papa, Sierra.
But I'm sure you were probably in that group when we landed there with Murph.
Or avoid it at all cost. Some trimmage here. Don't slide off the other end. Ooh, I'm fine. I'm fine. We have our, how shall I say, anniversary.
Google, just type !info. Then you get everything.
There. Come on, girl, you can get this. There we go. Why are you complaining? I don't know why it's so stuttery. No.
Yes, Murph. Murph, do you remember this place?
Danger.
We just landed at this place, or tried to. Notre Dame de la Salette. I don't know if you remember your stream when we landed there. Oh, yes, yes. And you were not the only one, too.
I think it was a crash fest. I can't remember that stream.
That was
Probably
quite...
before my
I would
time.
say it's almost a year ago. Or something like that.
Crash takeoff, okay? Skrill on my windscreen wiper. Yeah, kinda. So, let's get off to our next special airport. I love this.
Well, I hope there is not another one of the same quality.
I don't know.
One of those per evening is fine.
Le Alpe de Hus.
Alp d'Huez, yes, but I think that's a tarmacy one even.
That's a
it?
tarmacy one, a
Yeah.
one-way tarmacy one.
It's a ski resort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Also
the
no-
one I'm looking forward is Lima Foxtrot Lima Juliet.
Which is what?
Courchevel or however.
Courchevel. Oh yes, we all know Courchevel. We've landed
I
there
like
before.
that. I
That's
like
with the
that airport.
uphill,
Yeah.
thingy. Yeah,
Thingamajiggy.
but they're all relatively harmless. Relatively. And Alpe d'Huez is also known as a stage of the Tour de France. Very often they have an arrival up there.
Okay.
This is where the posh French people go for skiing. So they have the posh airports.
And now we ramble to them. Good thing, yeah. Thanks, Mike.
Anybody planning any good noshes for New Year's Eve? Any good food?
I
No?
just, I just can say my husband makes his mini schnitzel.
Uh-huh. Okay.
A delicious. I don't know how he makes the seasoning. That's his secret.
Is it with batter?
Yeah, it's with batter,
Uh-huh.
but the seasoning is within the batter.
Yes, yes. Oh, that's the best, yeah. Yeah, you have to look after your dogs in that night. Yeah. Yeah, it's for dogs. It's not a fun night.
Mike? Nope, that one is not available. They're tasty beverages, but unfortunately not alcoholic.
So they don't panic when they hear fireworks, Dakey. That would be a relief. I've seen dogs go crazy that night. I usually-
Ooh.
Oh,
Johnny,
that sounds yes. That's a deal.
Where's the address?
Exactly. An extra plate. That is good. Now I don't know if is that something that they do in Austria too? The Neujahrsbrezel.
No.
Here you can get it at any baker's. It's a big pretzel, but it's not done the usual with the usual pastry. It's more crumbly, nicer.
Okay.
Yeah, I see the Alp d'Huez runway straight in
inside.
front of me. Yeah, it's quite easy to find.
Well, our Mrs. Kitty is, not good with fireworks and any sorts. She will hide behind the washing machine in the bathroom because it's the
Ah,
most quietest place in the whole house. So, yeah, she does not like firework at all. So we let her stay in the bathroom, close the door till the worst is over.
now in our family, because my mom comes from the north of Germany, the traditional thing is a herring salad.
My dad made them, but it's not usual for us.
Yes, and I sort of modified it into a tuna salad.
Okay. Why is the inside of the plane unflyable? Can you tell me? I'm so out of practice from outside view. Ouch.
In fact, I think this summer, the Tour de France actually had an arrival on this airfield.
Okay.
Yep.
I think we need a dangerous landing Alps edition.
Yes.
Here come the beeps.
The danger here is that you're actually not low enough. You're coming in too high. That happened to
Yeah.
me too.
I made a hop.
Which gives you the bouncies. Yep.
Hey, Viper.
Yeah, Viper. The Alps are great.
very pretty here. Gute Nacht, Mike. Schlaf gut.
Okay, good night. Estella, mind the squirrels.
Zippy is hiding because of the carnage we left.
Yeah. He's getting nasty messages from his relatives in the Alps.
Yeah, kinda. And everybody who's wondering who is Zippy, that's my little squirrel here. There we go.
Yes.
That's Zippy.
We
Our
use Zippy
squirrel,
as
a negotiator
yes
for
when we
a
have
tree
trouble.
carnage.
It's very necessary when you do Spitfire streams. You need somebody who speaks squirrel. Okay, Daki.
Thanks,
Great to
Daki,
have
for
had you
flying
here.
along.
Yeah. Affiliate. Yes. Oh, King Cobra had an oopsie.
We did not see that.
No.
And hug the bag from me, Daki.
But the trouble with this airfield is you tend to approach it from too high. You really have to almost go below the level and then just
It's slightly upward.
get, yeah.
It's an upward slope. Oh, and
Okay.
thanks, Danky. Thank you for the resubscribe in 7 months. And that was a pretty nice landing, Flodrix.
Yeah. Because we have quite a few planes with us.
Yeah. And people who can actually land, not like me.
Some of them.
Good night, Daki. Oh, come on, Robbie. Good night. Wasn't the wrong
Good night, Robbie.
line here. Have a good
Yeah.
New Year too. So, Frick Break, woohoo!
Brick did a good one.
Yeah.
On a smooth landing.
This looked
Okay,
really
now-
nice.
Do you think King Cobra wants to have another go? It almost
I'm not
looks to me
sure.
as if he wants to
Have another try.
have another try. Yeah, he's coming in. Definitely.
Whee!
Keep fingers crossed. Now, King Cobra, come in low. Yeah, that looks good. Much better than the first one.
That looks
Yes, very good.
nice.
Very good.
Bravo. Whee!
Okay.
I wait till you come in, and we'll
So we have
go.
one more coming in, and then yep.
Whee! That looked nice.
I've got that one. That's a nice little. It's actually a jet, but a very small one.
Okay.
Okay. Shall we?
We can.
We can try at least.
At least, yeah. We can try. I need my cam. External. Package down. Some trim. Parking brake off. And go. Whee! That house is dangerously close.
It looked like a. You know, the station from a cable car.
Yeah, I'm sure it is one.
Yeah.
Whee! King Cobra doing the saltos here. Barrel rolls.
Yeah, that's. I could have taken that one, that little plane. It's a nice one for zooming. Yes, I remember. I got it because it was very cheap.
What was it? What was the price? Can you remember?
It was, I think, somewhere in the sort of 12 to 15 range, wasn't it? Yeah, it's less than 20.
Oh, nice. Many people flying like this. That's so nice.
Oh,
Oh,
well, for 7, I mean, that's a
that's a
no-brainer.
no. Yeah.
And I think that's in the INSIM market, isn't it? Yeah. Well, it's if anyone is looking for a fast little plane to zip around, it's a jet, so obviously it's not that slow, but it's fun. I haven't flown it in quite a while, but I seem to remember you also have a pretty nice view because it's got a sort of big cupola, uh, pretty big glass dome. Yeah, okay. Yes, Daiki. Good night.
little wordplay. Thank you. Starty. I don't get the question, Starty.
You wanted to know if you were friends of Syncrate. I know of him, but he's I think he's a streamer too.
Okay, I never heard of that name, so that's why I was thinking, is this a plane? Is
Yeah.
this a person? Probably you came over with Tutor Murphy.
Overspeed, overspeed.
Just can't
At least-
be Tutor Murphy.
At least this plane only goes beep beep beep, which is a lot less unnerving than this constant overspeed that you get in some other planes. Like
Beep,
the
beep,
H
beep,
jet.
beep, 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 beep. Well, you can join in.
Yeah, it's a
Feel free
group
to.
flight.
We're in the North Europe server. And we're between the airports Lima Foxtrot Hotel Uniform and Lima Foxtrot Lima Juliet. Nice. Seems pretty beautiful here, but I don't know why I got those bad stutters. Or from where I got those bad stutters. And now in the F-16 King Cobra. Not the 339 anymore. Whee! Zipping.
Okay. I'm doing a Kaharia. Cutting off a corner. I'm learning. Yeah. That's... No, that is... We are in France, in the French part of the Alps. Col de la Madeleine is another of the famous Tour de France passes. We're flying over now. Okay. We're from all over the place.
Tell me if I fly into a mountain.
North Europe is the server. Can you imagine cycling up there with a bicycle?
Only with an iron lung.
Yeah.
So,
That's the thing with this area here. In winter, if there's snow, it's full of people.
and
French love
summertime,
French people love skiing and winter sport, but in summer, many of these places are pretty dead.
because nobody is there.
Yeah, and they have these apartment blocks which people use in winter, and in summer they're just empty. So, but it can be very attractive to actually go here in summer because you've got the whole place to yourself.
That's of course.
The next code would probably be Courchevel.
Yes.
Lima Foxtrot Kilo X-ray.
Yes.
Did I say that right?
No.
No, I didn't.
Lima Foxtrot Lima Juliet.
Yes,
Is
there is another
Courchevel.
code quite near to Courchevel, yeah.
Where?
You see that on the map. There is a second code which is not far away from Courchevel.
Normally something with an X-ray is actually a military one, isn't it?
Ah, maybe that's what it is, yeah.
Could be. So don't follow me.
Are you
Of
doing a move?
course. Yeah. Because I just tried something with my graphic card setting. Would help me. As you see where I am. Yeah.
Yeah, I see you up there. You're pretty high up.
Yeah. Come coming back down again.
Remember your song? We fly so high.
So many people here. That's awesome.
Well, it's up to you, really, the time setting. I,
Doesn't
I'm on.
matter.
I'm on
scared
something
at
like
time.
10 o'clock in the morning, and we haven't got the live weather setting because everything would be full of snow.
First, full of snow. Secondly, my computer has the habit of CTD when on live weather.
Yeah.
My machine is pretty teenager-like.
Ah. It's stomping its foot, saying,
Yes.
"Nah, I don't want that."
I don't like you.
Hmm. Oh, I see Courchevel coming up.
Yep.
Yeah, and Castella is doing the right thing, doing a big arc over the other side.
So let's see if I must start landing up. I know I tried to take off with the Spitfire here when I had it pretty new. I was all over the place. So was yeah, how I learned to land there when I
Yeah.
could get her up. It was a pain. Pain and crying. Just falling up in the water. And then everybody landed here. Got a little video to show.
Yes, we have to land. Yep, it's a great place. I agree, Castella. Oops, there was a jet fighter coming in.
Hot and fast.
It sort of came and went.
Hot and fast.
Yeah, it's stopped now because there is a mountain.
Like in Lukla.
Yeah. There's no way you can overshoot that runway.
Well, you can, but once.
Okay. Falling up, and a nice landing, I saw that. It's a pretty unique airport, I have to say that.
Yeah. That was hard.
Okay.
I'm not used.
Parachute.
I'm not used to land from the outside view. Really not used to.
The Aardvark has
I'm
the
parking
helicopter.
here.
Yeah, that's... If you stop too early, it's difficult to get up the hill. Yeah, that's the little zoomy again. Yeah. Kapustik coming up. Yeah, but lots of really nice landings here. Don't brake too early. Yeah.
So, Blue Yonder coming in.
Yeah, Blue Yonder. It really is funny when you see the planes coming in below you and then they come up towards you.
Yeah. That was a nice landing view.
Yeah, that was nice.
Blue Yonder. So
But that
nice.
slope is so important because otherwise this whole runway would just be way too short.
Yeah. So guys,
Now,
I
what
have
about our
something for you.
newcomer? Is he going to land or not? No? I'm sure the food is also pretty good up here. But something tells me.
Okay. Not yet. For a second, we will park here. I will let you guys watch a little video. And we're back, guys. Thank you
Yes.
all so much for being the year with me, us, with this channel, with this community. Well, 1 year. Let's get into another one. Cheers, guys.
Yes, and I have to say thank you for being such a wonderful streamer. I've always enjoyed flying with you, and I'm sure other
Aw.
people did the same. And you could have left out that one bit with my desperate attempts at taking off, but okay. I mean,
Oh boy!
people who fly with us regularly have seen that before. Yes.
Oh boy! Thanks, Murph. Tutor Murphy gifted 10 tier 1 subs. You're a legend, buddy. You're really legend. Everybody who got a sub, thanks to Two Tone. Thank you. So, that's really a legend. And a great build of a community. We're all in. I need flow. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Nice.
Yeah, I've
if
used
you-
flow several times already today. Just with the time setting, it's so handy.
Yeah, I use it for the cam. Bing. I have to get used to it. As nice as it is, I have to get used to it. So guys, we have some airports in front of us. So, yeah. Let's
Yep.
keep on moving. Let's keep on moving. If you move, you're not a target.
That's what you say. Okay, our next airport would be Aosta. Yep. The Aosta Valley.
Lima, India, Mike, Whiskey.
Exactly. Well,
And
since
that
I'm
will-
one of the slow ones, I'll take off.
Yeah. Lima, India, Mike, Whiskey.
Yes, it's back into we were sort of moving.
Italy.
First we were Italy, now we're in France, and we're going back to Italy.
So, who wants to get up in here? That was the wrong lever. And it's even a Porsche one for you, Knights.
Oh, thank you, thank you. You're ever so good to me.
Sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah. And then you go and pick something like the last year.
So, I need some flaps. And let's go!
But it's amazing the amount of cable cars you have in this area.
People
I've
have
got
to
this
keep going.
Got this add-on and it shows them all. There's so many.
So I hope you liked that little video. That's why I know this region did not stutter before. Some pieces I had to take here.
Well, it doesn't stutter for me. I've had
But
bad
that's
stutters, as you
hell.
know. But in this area, for some reason, no. no.
Normally I don't have them here. But at the moment something is not right. So let's get on course and follow that valley for a bit.
Nice valley coming up. The final destination is a place called Bad Ragaz, which is in Switzerland, not far away
Lima,
from Liechtenstein.
Lima Sierra Zulu Echo.
Yeah.
So I need to get a bit slower that the people can come catch up.
It's in the upper Rhine Valley. Ooh, some pretty high mountainage.
Yep.
Yes, definitely. We're in the Alps here. So it's all European. But we're touching on at least 3 countries today.
I did not do that on purpose. I just followed some valleys which I thought would look
Yeah.
nice. We're in North Europe server.
Interesting
the
formation
TVM.
below. You
Yep.
can see that must have been a glacier at one time. Because you see how the stones were pushed up against the side of the mountain by the ice.
But it also looks like not much glacier left.
No, no. There's a little bit now. I'm flying towards that now. Yeah, it's a little bit left. But it's tiny when you compare it to the whole valley down there. But what a scenery.
It's beautiful.
Absolutely amazing. Yeah, I mean, we forget that. We fly a lot in Canada, Alaska, and God knows where. But we've got this on our doorstep.
Yep. We fly God knows where. There's nights. Coherent GTUI. But what's that?
Yep. And I think we're seeing some of these mountains just now because they're huge.
Yes, it's beautiful. Does somebody know in the chat what is coherent GTY thread? What's that for?
The what?
The coherent GTY thread.
Hmm.
Landing gear.
There's another almost glacier in front of me there. Well, that is still a bit of a glacier that's left, obviously.
Yeah. Fully melted yet. Am I on right course? Yes, I am actually. Wow.
Looking at my plan, I think you are, yes.
Well,
Hmm.
I don't know how
What do you
long we
think?
will be on.
Maybe another half hour, 3/4 of an hour,
Yeah,
something like that.
something like that. Some music.
Yes, Castella, I agree with you.
It's really beautiful here.
Ah, yes, and the Mont Blanc is now to our left. Yes, I can see it. It's
There is
over.
on Flight Sim 2 there is a mod where you can put a better mesh on the Mont Blanc.
Yeah. That must be that mountain. From my point of view, it's at my, I would say, maybe 10 o'clock. I think Floydrix is quite near to it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I think there is a very good kind of smoked meat or bacon from Aosta.
Okay.
You know, if I'm not thinking about music, I'm thinking about eating. It's just one of the two.
nice to know that people know where the good stuff is.
Oh, that's a pretty wide valley now.
Not that wide.
Ah, and we're passing the Matterhorn really close by later. That should be interesting. What it looks like in the sim.
Where are you?
I have to come
Ah,
down a bit.
there are you.
Yeah, I just passed you.
I think I will reload into the sim at Alsta.
Yeah, we'll land there. Huh?
Yeah.
Overspeed, overspeed.
Beep, 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 beep.
Well, I'm doing. The poor caravan is doing 185
With
She's
or
not-
without bricks?
without brakes, but she's obviously not used to that. Yes, Matterhorn is the sort of typical mountain.
You drew as a child.
And it's one of the mountains where I understand that somebody has this feeling I have to get up there. You have
Oh,
an engine
no.
failure. Oh, that's not a good thing.
Can you glide to Alsta?
Can you? Was your mixture maybe?
Julie?
No, maybe not lead enough. If you're flying so high, maybe that is.
I see. This runway has even Twinkies.
It's a blinky one.
It's
Yes,
a
I see that
blinky
too.
one.
I'm absolutely. I'm moved to tears.
It's a blinky one.
Next thing is you
Time,
tell me
time, time.
they have pizza in the airport restaurant.
If not, they have burger or chicken nuggets.
Big station.
They even have puppies. What do you want more? Of course, they
Yeah.
have pizza.
Yeah.
Yay! Success! Woohoo! Stealthy.
That is really a big one.
Hello from Vienna.
Hello from Germany.
Looking good, that landing. There's Floyd Ricks. Oh my god. Frick Breakistan, woohoo! There comes Blue Yonder.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Have a good night, rest well. Thanks for flying along.
Yeah. Nice to have you with us.
Thank you for being here.
And you can always, usually, find us on Thursdays and Saturdays.
At 2000 Zulu.
Yeah. God, we make a good team, don't we? We even
Yeah.
finish each other's sentences now. Jesus.
So, Blue Yonder's down.
Yeah, he's done. It's fine.
Nice. Those nameplates are over each other. Who is
Yes.
first coming in?
Fallen Up is there.
Commander Stati is there.
Yeah.
Who's coming first?
I mean, that's a pretty huge airport, this one.
There's
Oh.
Fallen Up.
Fallen Up.
Not falling down. There we go.
Very nice.
So,
The reverse thrust by the sound of it.
yeah. Commander Stati's down. So, everybody landed safely.
Mm-hmm.
will reload.
Okay.
Don't know why it's such a stutterfest. That's Mount Fuji.
It's funny, we've flown for such a long time, and we're only just a jump over one mountain range away from Italy, from the Italian plain, you know?
Yeah.
We would be in a place like Lugano in no time at all.
That's
Yeah,
true. I need
you just
holiday.
forget that the whole mountain range is a sort of arc, and we've just flown along that arc. Yeah.
So, dear flight simulator,
Would you kindly, please?
not stutter.
Maybe you have to burn some offerings.
The only thing which will burn.
Is the flight simulator? Yeah.
No offerings. Well, Phantom, I just rebooted it. It was so stuttery that it was not funny anymore. Bless you. I don't know why. At least for a time.
What I found the last few times I booted up the sim, it took ages to get to load the sim from nothing. Just took ages and ages.
So. What if I wait a second. Do I need FSUI PC for the cameras? No. What if I can? We will see.
Well,
So we're. Oh, I'm affiliate.
are you
probably
loading onto
has
the
a
runway
year.
or
Yeah,
what are you doing?
I'm doing the
Yeah,
runway
so
stuff.
I'll slowly taxi to the end of the runway.
Well, can you remember, Nightsep, when did we start with the world tour? I can't remember.
Oh, that you're asking me questions, but you should be able to find out by if you still kept your flight plans, the dates
There
on
were
that file.
two breakdowns between.
If you check how old those files are, then you should know.
At lag 14, my computer died. At day 14 from the world tour. That's why I don't have the day 14 as a video any longer.
So you have the files after that,
I have the files after that.
after 50. So when was 15?
I can't tell you yet, but I can look it
Yeah,
out.
because then you can think that normally we did 2 flights a week. So that means you go back, say, something like 7 weeks, and you should have more or less when you started.
How long we did it till now?
Because must admit, I don't keep these flight plans. You might find them in the Discord, actually.
Scandal!
They might be
You're a
there.
genius. Thank you. You're a genius. I haven't thought about that. So I need. Come on. Swing. Guess what I'm taking?
Spitfire. Am I right?
Yeah, you know me.
Okay. Don't complain that I'm too slow. You'll
You're too
definitely be faster
slow.
with that.
I'm watching you closely, Sim.
So since all the others you could actually come and join me at the end of the runway, because Kaharia will load in on the runway, so
I'm
we can all take off.
I'm here, so
Yeah. Oh, you're not on the runway. I thought
no,
you were. Yeah. Okay.
whatever. I'm up and ready. Everybody tonight's up, counts up.
I think it's runway 09. I think it is 09. Yeah.
Oh, there's an MD-82 in the sky. Oh, nice.
Yeah, tail draggers are different.
Yeah. To
And-
put it the
and this-
most diplomatic way, they're different.
And within the tail draggers again, the spitties are the most different. I mean, yeah.
But I don't think they are the worst.
Is there anything worse?
Probably.
Well,
The
I mean,
Hellcat is
maybe.
nice in the air, but on the ground she's a pain.
Sadly, it's a question of huge amounts of trial and very often error.
Yes, for
Yeah.
particular error.
I mean, Kaharia and we've been flying Spitfires now for,
Quite a
what is
time.
it, more than 60 days. And I still have the
63.
occasional absolute horrific takeoff where the Spitfire just goes anywhere but where I want it.
So we're lined up.
It's just... But I mean, once they are in the air, they are one of the most satisfying planes to fly. I have to say that.
And I just can't second that. And she sounds so gorgeous.
I hear that noise in my ears now.
You missed it.
Well, we'll see.
So,
So, shall we?
kamikaze, off you go. Stop tail wagging, Estella, and go. go. Ease up. Trim. Slower. What did you do? What oopsie happened I didn't saw? That's the nice feeling.
Yep. Well, you'd be amazed. Even the Spitfire has a calming.
Here you can switch between the gun sight and the Garmin 430. Is it, I think? And it even works with the Logitech panels, so
Yep.
that's the nicest thing about that. Oh, we have fallen up in the water with Switzerland in the BC1. There's a Capasic in the 339. What's the GBR3? Is that the GB? That little hell plane which Catbird flew? That engine with wings?
Oh,
Okay.
that one.
Yawn
You won't
yourself. Press the Y key. Then you can reposition yourself with the num block. Works sometimes. Falling up, landing on the mountainside.
Oh, I think I can see the Matterhorn looming.
Now you can zoom your way. There it is. See it? Isn't it that 12 o'clock?
It's now the way I've turned it. Yeah, it's exactly at 12 o'clock. There's no other mountain which sort of rears up like this.
Nope. In real life, it's looking
Like a
pretty
li-
impressive.
If a little child has to draw a mountain,
It's
it will
like
look
that.
like that. Yeah. Yep, the pointy one, exactly.
Hello.
I hear something like a spitty.
Good night, Renoir.
Good night.
Thanks for joining
Yes,
along, buddy, and yeah,
Yeah.
being
See you tomorrow.
often in our world tour. Huggies, good night.
Look at this scenery. These villages up on the hill there.
Yep.
Absolutely stunning. Fallen up, I can tell you, because I'm reading this huge book about Spitfires at the moment. One of the engineers who devised the Spitfire named it after his daughter, who was obviously quite a temperamental child and in the family was known as Spitfire. And that actually was the reason for the name. So it had nothing to do with the plane. It was just simply
A
the
nickname.
family of the engineer. Yeah. It's a bit like Mercedes cars. They were named after a family member.
Wasn't it like Mercedes?
Yeah, was a name. Oh, what a mountain.
It's beautiful. I took this road by coincidence. That's a nice
Yeah.
coincidence.
No, I don't think it was on floats. No, not from what I know.
Actually, I haven't heard of a Spitty on floats.
They did do a few, but there was never anything in larger numbers.
Okay. If you're here in real life, this must be pretty impressive. I think we have a next must-to visit spot for me and my
We have what?
husband.
Sorry?
That will
I-
be a next. I have to visit that spot
Yes, yes.
in real
yes.
life.
There are actually quite a few real nice webcams in that area where you can basically watch the mountain 24/7, which I sometimes do.
What's that?
You can see, if the mountain is,
Don't follow me.
well, I mean, you've just passed it.
No, I just want to look. What's that?
Can you
Yes.
imagine my landlord and his wife actually,
There is a house up here.
they
In the
climbed that
sim.
thing. Yes, there is a house up there. It is the,
Schutzhaus?
yeah, that's where
Ah,
most people who climb the mountain spend the night
Spend the
there
night.
before they go up. Which is what my landlord did,
Found
that's
it.
why I know it.
found it. That up here must be pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Also to take excuse me, to take photographs of the stars.
Yeah. It's an amazing mountain.
The more higher up you are, the better your chances you get amazing pictures
Yeah.
with less pictures you take.
And then down there is another glacier. Yeah, and here in this area you find a lot of webcams because they are skiing areas and people use the webcams to check if there is enough snow, so it's worth going.
Well, it's pretty usual that you have even on there how much snow it's on
Yes,
the ground.
they usually tell you the temperature.
How
Sometimes they
much
tell you
snow.
when the last snowfall was. And one of the most famous places, I'm just flying over it now, is the Gornergrat, because that is a huge viewing platform. You can look
Okay.
down on the glacier, and you have the Matterhorn right opposite. So if you're up there, it's one of the best possible positions you can be in.
Yeah. P-51 zooming past
And down
the
there,
roar.
the town is Zermatt,
Yep.
which is a very well-to-do ski resort.
But you have to have the money.
Very expensive. My brother went there several times, but he said the prices are absolutely out of this world. It's close to cars. You have to leave your car outside, and they bring you in by shuttle bus.
Then you
And of course
pay
it's
with
Swiss,
your last shirt.
and there are Swiss prices, and then for Swiss prices they are even expensive. Yeah.
Swiss prices
My brother had an apartment,
are mostly
so
expensive.
they could go shopping and cook their own food, which made it a little bit cheaper.
St. Niklaus is up ahead. Is there the Nikolaus font?
Nah. It's more likely the other way around. It's named after him. Yep. Yeah, it's a very picturesque scenery there, because
That's true. And with that one add-on from Flight Sim 2, the Matterhorn
yeah,
looks even more real.
yeah.
Can say what you like. They did a pretty amazing job here.
And now we're definitely in Switzerland. When you look at the place names. Das Blättlihorn.
Device. I was told today from two Swiss people we don't have that much words with li at the end.
No, no, absolutely not.
I was told that. Chocolate.
Yes, chocolate. Yep.
Nice. Du kennst doch sicher den Grützleberg.
Isn't actually a picture of the Matterhorn on the packages of what's the name?
Toblerone.
Toblerone? Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it is. Yeah. Yes, watches, roasty, chocolate.
Can we stop talking about food? Thank you. Getting hungry.
Shh. You have to last until tomorrow.
I know. Sure, when I'm hitting the bed, Mrs. Kitty will use me as her pillow again.
Phantom, you know that's our weak point. We always end up talking about food. You got another glacier, yeah? Yeah, I'm still behind you, but I think I see where you are.
I want cheesecake.
Truffles. Yes, truffles. But truffles, it's the wrong area.
Get cheesecake.
Cheesecake
head-
sounds...
With a
Yes,
hot
sounds
berry
very good.
sauce over it.
Uh-huh. Shut up. Now I'm saying it.
You're welcome.
You just want it done. Phantom, shut up too. Oh, good God. The whole chat is slavering.
Oder die Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte meiner Schwägerin.
Shh. I only have to drive half an hour to be at the origin of the Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte.
Well, the P51.
That's a long valley now that we have here. I wonder
Has
what
some
the
good
river
sound.
is. That already the... Oh, it's the Rhone River. Ah, yeah.
Dürr.
Okay. Yeah, it's the Rhone which is flying the opposite direction. It's flying against us. Sorry, flowing. Yeah. So
Die Rotten.
it ends up in the Mediterranean.
Ah, okay.
It goes
Goes
over into the
against us.
flat area. It passes Lyon and then goes all the way down to the Mediterranean. Because eventually we will end up in the Rhine Valley.
You think that?
I see another airport coming up.
It's hitting us on the toes.
I think you've already passed that airport, haven't you?
No, I haven't passed it, but I plan to
Münster.
use it as a waypoint. You're
Yeah.
just a waypoint for me.
Another one.
There's a CJ4.
Thank you.
How far behind are you?
Oh, I'm quite a bit behind. I still see you though.
I'm flying 140.
I'm
Because
playing 160, but I'm still behind you. Don't worry. Don't wait for me or anything. I enjoy flying along at that speed. I can say hello to each and every cow.
she annoyed me the whole day. Melvin Leroy, welcome in. Hello. Good evening. Well, Mrs. Kitty, when I was cutting that video, she wanted to play with me. Then I took my time to play with her. She did not want to play with me any longer. But as I'm sitting again in front of the computer, cutting my video,
Now I want to play. Yes, yes. Who is super quiet? Arya, does he mean you? Are you super quiet?
probably, but I did not change any sound settings.
Do you mean that in the point of view of volume? Do you think she should be louder?
I haven't changed the settings.
Yeah, okay, he says volume.
Okay. I didn't change the settings.
It's funny, there's
Have to listen in.
two airfields, one after the other here.
Yeah, one is closed and the other one
Yeah.
not. But they are just waypoints for us.
Huh. That's
quite a nice
it's a
plane.
phrase that's not going to leave me now.
What?
You're just a waypoint for me.
Well, Nights Up, we have the word dead dino juice.
Yes.
So
Imagine you have an admirer, and he says, "Kaharia, will you marry me?" And you say, "I'm sorry, you're just a waypoint for me." I think that's
oh
dialogue.
my.
You need to make a film with that dialogue in it.
Oh my. Ooh,
You're just,
that's a really nice
this looks absolutely fantastic coming up.
film.
Now,
That where the valley makes a left turn.
yeah.
There's
Yeah,
a
there's-
serpentine road.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I see that now.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I just checked where you are fallen up. I'm relieved that there's at least one behind me. But this is amazing here. Absolutely.
And you need probably a bit to climb. Andermatt is coming up.
Under mud. Yep. That road down there.
I want to drive it.
Let's check what that is.
I want to drive
Yep,
on that
it's-
road.
Okay, can you just make a note of it? It's the Furka Pass, which is quite well known.
4-car pass.
Furka. Furka. Furka Pass.
Okay. Noted in my brain.
When I was very small, I'm sure I've actually been up that one, but it's such a long time ago. Yeah, Castella, I'm sure they will be impressed. Especially if you manage to get good weather.
We want to see pictures of the scenery. The
Yeah.
real life scenery. All those serpentine roads.
No, and you can actually do, I think Furka is one of them. There's a round where you can actually go over 3 passes, more or less, in one day. Must be absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Grimsel is one. Furka. Can't remember what the third one is. And now what we're flying over now, in that valley where you are, is actually where the railway line crosses the mountains.
Wrong turn. We need to
It's
go
the
there.
the railway line that goes through the Gotthard Tunnel.
Okay. Really? Seriously? Why is there a windmill?
And is there a windmill in real life? That is remains to be checked. Yes, I see it up there. Who knows?
Why?
Yes, Gotthard, exactly.
Oberalpsee. Oberalppond. Lake. Body of water. So. Looks amazing here. So happy that I found
Was a
that
gr-
road.
A good choice, I have to say.
Whee!
A lot of avalanche barriers on the slopes here.
Okay.
You know, when you see these parallel lines along the slope,
Yeah.
that's to prevent avalanches. In
Ah,
real
okay.
life, they're like fences. So
Ah,
they're
okay.
going up in the air, and it prevents the snow from sliding.
Okay, Lawinenschutz. Gitter.
Yep.
Zäune, whatever.
Yep.
There's the mountain. I should not crash into it. And there's a power line pole. Well, don't crash into them either.
Our friends, the power line poles.
Memo to me.
I have just been passed by an upside down bonanza.
Who could that be?
Which turns out to be Floydrix.
Or probably he's flying the Aussie way. Has to fly upside down sometimes. It's been said.
But I can't really make out what Floydrix is flying. GBR3.
That's the plane Catbat bought. That big engine with small stubby
Oh,
wings.
that one. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. No wonder he's flying upside down. Yeah. I can imagine, yes.
Yeah, ridiculous is, I guess, the best word for it. Catman Games. Okay. So, the last few miles out.
Yes, we're approaching Kur. And for me, as a kid, Kur was always... Now we are in the mountains.
Okay.
Where from, my area, you would go down, drive down to the Bodensee, and then drive up the Rhine, upper Rhine Valley into Switzerland, and then behind Kur, you would leave that, you would go up.
Okay.
So Kur was always the beginning. And of course we will be passing Heidi Land. We are almost
Oh, boy.
in Bad Ragaz, we are almost at Heidi Land.
Where they got their names from?
Well, because that is where Heidi is actually set, the book.
Okay.
It is set in Liechtenstein, up on the mountains. And of course, nowadays everybody wants to make money from everything. And so there is no Disneyland there, but there is a Heidi Land. So all the tourists can
okay.
spend their money there buying
Stuff.
puppets and God knows what else, yeah.
There's a night cell.
Yes, for some reason, I've caught up
Yeah, I flew pretty slow.
and I'm doing 170. Poor caravan.
Where
My-
did you get
I
the
must have-
stones from?
I must have found a box of rentals somewhere.
Or did she have extra lean dead dino juice?
I have no idea. I mean, in my setting, I certainly have no wind behind me. Yeah, but I found a sort of brick that goes forward. I don't know how you call that.
There must be a waterfall or something.
Uh-huh. Now this could actually now be part of the Rhine below us there.
Why should this be the part of the Rhine?
Because we are from Chur on down, it's definitely the Rhine Valley, and I think this is the early stages of it.
This is Rhine without an H. Rhine
river-
interior,
River Rhine.
like clean.
Rhine, no, Rhine as in Köln, as in
No.
Rheinfall by Schaffhausen, and
Nope.
that kind of Rhine.
Nope. That one beneath us is missing an H in the name.
That one
Spelled
beneath us.
Rhine, Rhine like clean.
This is called Vorderrhein below us. So it is part of the Rhine. And then it joins up with another branch near Chur, and then it's the Rhine, the river Rhine, which then flows into the Lake of Constance, and at the other end it flows out. No, it's not the Rhone anymore. It was the Rhone earlier, near the Matterhorn. But the Rhone goes to the Mediterranean, and the Rhine
There's
goes
no
up to
H.
Holland.
There is no H.
It's the Vorderrhein below us. Believe me, it's on my map,
On mine too.
and Rhine is spelled with R-H.
Nope.
Yep.
Nope.
What do you mean, nope?
Look at my picture.
Well, I can tell you, this is your former geography teacher talking here, and I can assure you that Rhine is spelled with R-H.
Yeah, but why does my map say not
Because-
RH?
Some silly people who had no idea of German spelling put that there.
Okay.
I mean, I'm exactly, even the English has an RH in it. Have a look what Kingsman just wrote.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how you spell it. And if somebody spells it without the H, tough luck.
Fun fact, it has water in it.
That is true as well. Yes, and it has this funny story that it actually disappears by flowing into the Rhine of, in the Lake of Constance, but then it reappears at the far end, and that's when it actually gets much bigger.
Yeah, okay. So, Castella, in Swiss German, there's no H in it.
Of course there is.
It's also a wizard.
Yes. And it shines in the dark.
That would be unhealthy.
Who knows? So. Ah, we're cutting off a corner here again.
Why?
Your flight plan doesn't follow the Rhine Valley. It cuts a corner.
Yeah.
Yeah. She says innocently.
Yeah.
Okay. But I seem to
I'm
be the
tired.
only one. I seem to be the only one who is cutting the corner here. Looking ahead of me, Castella is not cutting a corner.
Castella is also in a very fast planey plane.
You just want to confuse me. I'm going through there. Yes, it's just a waypoint. Yes, yes. I think you're
That was
doing
Robbie
this.
timing.
You took that route here because this way there is no Rhine without an H below you. You just want to get away
There's a
from the river.
Sukhoi.
Yeah.
No, I wanted to fly between those two mountains. And
Oh, yes,
medic!
Well, now they are very, very strict. Yeah. You have to be very careful. It costs a fortune if you're caught speeding.
Yeah, but
What
it's
happens?
not the only country where it's pretty expensive.
The Swiss young guys who want to show off their cars, they come
Drive
over to Germany because it's much cheaper if you're caught there.
Look at those mountains. Don't fly into the mountains again. Thank you. Must be impressive in real life here.
If you think that I will do all this loop-de-loop that you've put in your flight plan, I'll go straight down.
You can do whatever you like. If you want to do a barrel roll, do a barrel roll.
If you look on your flight plan, a little bit further down that valley, there is Vaduz.
Yep.
And Vaduz is the capital of Liechtenstein. So that whole area
There's a
there
bridge.
is Liechtenstein.
There's a bridge. I don't care. There's a bridge.
There's a
Guys,
bridge.
There's a bridge.
Where did you see a bridge?
There.
Oh yes, I see.
Whee!
I see what you're saying.
Whee! And it's a flyable bridge.
Okay, okay, I see what you mean.
It's a pretty bridge.
No, I don't like that bridge. For the simple reason that I'll be flying straight into the hillside after I've gone under the bridge. Okay.
Hey, frick break, Floydrix. Did the bridge. So let's go straight in here.
I've seen longer runways.
We had from everything 1 or 2 pieces.
Yes, I remember this airfield. It's one of my very first flights, if not the first flight.
Ever?
I took an Icon from Friedrichshafen up to here.
Excuse
Bless
me.
you.
Thank you. So, where do we park here? Oh, let's get over there. There's enough space for everybody. There's some nice mountains in the background. Thank you, Costello. I'm watching you closely.
Yes, yes, yes. It's okay. I know that. Hmm.
So, I need the cam. I need the drone. Here comes Frick Frick! Woohoo! That was a smooth landing. Ooh. And that rainbow livery. Nice.
Yeah, that looked good.
There it comes falling up. In it water. Whee!
I have to do some weather tuning again before I take a picture.
Me too.
At least make sure that there is sunlight.
Sonne wird überbewertet. So there we have it. I'm not used to flow yet. What was that? Piccolo in an F-22. Zooming past. Air show.
Yes,
Whee!
definitely.
Here comes a Sukhoi. Yeah, that's pictures. Sukhoi is a nice plane.
So,
So guys. Ew, this
Let's-
looks nice.
let's kill that engine.
Have mercy! Have mercy! What did it do?
I can't kill the engine. How is that possible?
So,
I mean,
would you gather around? Then we can take our picture for this evening, and then we will sign off. This was our final stop. I need some sleep.
well, okay, it's only 1:10. I mean,
I have to work
the day
tomorrow and to
the day
get
is
up
young.
at 6 o'clock.
Good grief.
I barely slept this night, so I will be official dead tomorrow.
Okay. Well, I think there's no more people joining us.
Don't write anything, guys. Thank you. Got my print. So, thank you guys for joining along, flying with us, being here, hanging out. Also, thanks for Two-Tone to come and raid us with a crazy amount of people. Thank you, buddy. So, is somebody where we can raid to? Dooby-dooby-doo. Yeah. I will send you over to Ford to learn to fly. Guys, have a great evening, rest of evening, night, morning, day, whatever. Maybe we see each other at Saturday, but yeah, keep an eye on the Discord. We have it, Discord. I will post an update for our next stream there. So, have a good night. Thanks to you all.
It's
Good night,
good
Nights
night
Up.
Good night for me as well.
We're signing out. Bye.
Bye.